dragging or is it me? Looks like that feed ended because it says an end time on it. That just started from the beginning. Let's see if he started another one here. You take this off screen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a matter that we need to take up where both parties will have the opportunity to review some possible evidence, but technology is not working well with us this morning. So in order for everybody to get the opportunity to review it, both attorneys and the witness, I'm going to ask that the courtroom be cleared at this time. And once they have reviewed that possible evidence, then we'll let you all back in. So at this time, I need you all to clear the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, got to clear the courtroom. Y'all hang in there. Be back here shortly.
they picking people that will feel like they right. No, Khadijah, they not picking people that they feel like they right, but they trying to find somebody that's biased. Like I said, they're not gonna find nobody that has not heard about this case. I mean, unless they find some real old people that don't have social media. But they trying to find people that's not gonna just say, "Oh, I want just for drive."
Do you still love what you do?
Absolutely.
Tell me why.
It's what I wanted to do ever since the 10th grade. So I went straight into forensic science at Ole Miss and got out and had a job here before I finished my last exam. So I've never wanted to really be anywhere else. I think the crime laboratory is most useful when we are on the front end of crime, where we're helping the investigators actually solve a crime rather than being on the back end and just trying to process evidence for a trial. That's where we really need to be. In, I want to say 2000, October of '08, we really had no backlog in the system, and it hasn't happened overnight. It's been a progressive thing that, you know, I know the state has been financially challenged. Like last year, our fiscal year, we had less funding than we did really any of the previous 11 fiscal years.
What we're looking at now, what we requested in our current budget request, was some increases in salaries, and we compared, and not just for the MEs, I'm talking about with the support personnel. The technicians are every bit as important as the MEs. I have sat in front of the legislative joint budget committees. I've sat in front of the House full committee, Senate subcommittees on appropriations, and I have expressed every time I sat in front of them, every time, publicly and privately, that one of my priorities is the crime lab and the medical examiner's office as far as staffing, because the central spoke of the wheel for law enforcement for this state is in the Mississippi crime lab and the medical examiner's office. It affects everybody in the criminal justice system, from the judges on down to the local communities.
Well, obviously, part of it is increasing our staff of medical examiners, which we've already talked about, and the commissioner has addressed, and that is in progress. We started actively when the legislature appropriated us the extra money in July, and we have been on top of it as fast as we possibly can.
Yeah, they still got a flash going, but get this off the screen here. Banner. So we got just a basic website. The practice areas, they say: criminal defense, general civil actions. Yeah, just about everything. And the attorney's primary guide, Dennis Sweet III. The thing that gets me when I look at the site, though, is that their focus is on numbers, is on the amount of money that they have been able to get for their clients, which tells me that they're civil attorneys. They're not criminal attorneys. They may participate with civil rights cases, but I think they're primarily civil. And cases and verdicts list shows you a list of how much money they got. And if you were facing the death penalty or life in jail, I think this doesn't matter at all to you. As well as the dates. The top 10 case, and one at the top is from 2011. Maybe they just haven't updated their website in a while. Just give them the benefit of the doubt. They brought in a new attorney who trained under Mr. Sweet III when he was younger, I guess, and his name is Thomas Bellender. Again, they're going to a majority Caucasian county, and they brought in a Caucasian attorney to go with it. And he's also a civil attorney. He's done some civil rights stuff. But he's not criminal law focused. He's the guy with the backpack. Now, let's contrast that with the attorney that Morris Bevily has. Now look at that. Types of cases handled. Let's zoom that up and slide that over. Is it possible? No. Its types of cases are criminal felony cases. Let me put that link in the banner in case somebody wants to go see it. Now, criminal felony cases, capital murder, death penalty eligible. That's the very first line of his website. This is exactly the attorney that Tomika Bevily needs. But she has, in the first trial, she has a public defender who himself was accused of a worse crime than her and spent a year in jail behind it before he was exonerated. His name is Mud. His name is associated with that crime. And he was in over his head. He didn't understand what he was up against. Whereas this attorney's resume is exactly what she would need. Criminal post-conviction cases, wrongful conviction, ineffective assistance of counsel resulting in conviction. This is exactly what she would need. Criminal appeals of criminal conviction for all circuit courts to the Mississippi Supreme Court and the Mississippi Court of Appeals. And he's licensed to practice all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. He's state and federal. He was a public defender. He's always been a defender. Impressive. Likeable. Definitely would go over in Monroe County. So why does she have civil attorneys and not a criminal defense attorney? I guess we'll find out soon, because his case is scheduled, 7 days after her case. We'll see if it comes up. I don't have any insight. It just looks like her conviction is his alibi. That's what it looks like. Because she should definitely have the criminal attorney. And if she was to be exonerated, if they were to show that this happened as a result of some other condition, that no one did anything to the child, then Morris would also be off. So why wouldn't they put all of their best assets into the first case? Why would they wait to spring this attorney on the second case? Doesn't make much sense. Cue the mystery music. Let's go check and see if they're back up here. So we can just take a look at some of the videos while we wait. I'm trying to avoid videos that feature the child. I don't really want to see that. I think it's been overdone. So I'm trying to find videos that just let us focus on the case and what's being said. This is one of the ones on my channel I got from somewhere.
This is basically an extension of time for the trial. Unfortunately, it was not granted, but that is fine because we know God is still in control. God still has all power. We know Tomika Irving is innocent and she'll be proven innocent in court. So we're fine with that and we are okay. We are prepared.
So the point of the continuance was basically my attorney had reasons for requesting a continuance, but the judge didn't see fit to grant it, and that's fine. One reason that we wanted the continuance was for finances to help to be able to pay for my attorney and all of that. So that just puts us in overdrive, and we just gotta hit the ground running. But it doesn't stop anything. So.
Right. And also for the continuance, it would also give us time to find expert witnesses, secure them, and just make sure we're prepared as far as securing our experts go.
I think part of the issue is the way that they speak. That's fine. It's not fine, right? If it's not fine, they need to say it's not fine. I found by listening to Tomika that she's really loose with her terms, and she doesn't necessarily mean what she's saying. She does that same thing she did right here, where you're really disappointed about not getting the continuance because you really need the continuance. This is for your life, but that's fine. That's her speaking style, and that's hurting her in this situation. Because even during the interrogation, you can see her doing the same kind of thing, where she's stretching from what the truth is toward something that she thinks she needs to say, and she's not a straight shooter when it comes to her language. Now contrast that with Jurayah, who is the opposite, who says it directly what she thinks.
But that is fine also, and we'll make sure, in the time that we have, everything is secured.
So I did want to talk to y'all a little bit about that actually. So, excuse me. So I just wanted to speak to everybody about what's going on. A lot of you know a piece of my story, and it has led you to become a part of my amazing support system, the support system which became my voice when I was voiceless, and I thank you so much. This journey that was chosen for my family and I has become one that is immensely expensive, too expensive for what was once a teacher and a nurse with 2 small children to afford. It's very difficult to have to do this and to do this, but the Lord instructs us to ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be open to you. So growing up, we don't come from money. Everything we have, we went to school for, we worked for, we have worked for it. Actually, my family's home is a Habitat for Humanity home, so we understand what it means to grow up in a community that you want to eventually give back to. So I come of dedication and hard work. What my husband and I have is from our education and to everything that we physically own, we have worked for.
If I might add, growing up, we were taught to fight and work for everything that you want and everything that you have. We were taught our entire lives, when you go to someone's house, don't take any food, don't accept anything.
Don't ask.
Don't ask for anything. And my mother taught us that because you work for what you get. And we weren't taught to beg and steal and cheat. And we've done everything right when it comes to that. And, when it comes to asking for help or asking for any type of donation, that isn't easy to do for us because we weren't taught to do that. We were taught to work.
Date is October 22nd, 2017. Time is 7:43 a.m. at the Clinton County Sheriff's Department. Present this time is state your name.
Morris, Bevilly 4.
What's give me your age?
25.
Current home address?
7032. If I was 61 South. Houston, Mississippi. 905.
Current phone number?
601-831-5320.
Where you work at?
Claiborne County Booming School.
When you do that?
3rd grade teacher and coach.
All right, Max, about incident involving Jurayah Smith. Like that's not name right. 14 months old. That's your daughter, correct?
Yes.
Her mother is Jurayah. Is that how you pronounce it?
Jurayah Smith.
Jurayah Smith. Okay. You all words to the house.
Woke up early this morning around the last 5. woke up Thursday. Asked my wife to grab me something to drink from the front. She got up to go and get something out of the kitchen. Came right back. Just a couple seconds later, crying. Told me to come here. Just my daughter's in nursing over to the crib. She wasn't breathing.
About how long was your wife gone from the bed to which gang got you?
It wasn't full minutes.
Well, did you ever get the baby make any kind of noise or anything? Because she was saying that the baby was making some noise and she had told you about it and she thought that she hadn't just.
You talking about before we went to bed?
Yeah, when you was in the bathroom.
Yeah, before we went to sleep. Just probably
Like talking to sleep or something.
Yeah.
She ever had any health problems at night tomorrow?
Nothing major, nothing serious. Well, she has eczema for her skin, but
She said the baby was a result of a one-night stand with
yes.
the adrenaline. Y'all had a blood test, right?
Yes. We took it and the three of us went together to get a blood test, and after the blood test came back, I got Jurayah the same day, and been in a life ever since.
You ever had any problem with anything like that between those two? They just don't like each other, everything, does everything normal?
I mean, it hasn't always been his best, but we always worked to try to resolve any situation. But nothing violent or anything like that. Just we all hand work.
There's been small arguments, so
we always find a way to sit down and figure it out.
and y'all put up to bed about 10 last night. Is there anything else you had to statement this time? Everything told you correct back to the best your ability.
Yes, sir.
Time now is 7:47 a.m. October 22nd, 2017. Clayton County Sheriff Department once again under the reflection man again. More respect with the fourth. That's going to end us out here at this time. '17. County Sheriff Department President at this time, state your name.
Tomika Irving.
Spell it for Karen.
TKIABEVILY.
Hold on.
24.
Give me her current home address.
7032 Highway 61 South, Fort Gibson, Mississippi 39150.
Give me her current home.
601-408-1834.
You have maximum to say along. All right. Where you going at?
Latin County Public School District.
What do you do?
School nurse.
I'm asking about incident involvement. Jurayah, that's how you spell it? I mean, that's how you pronounce the name, right? Jurayah Smith. Whose question was she was found at your house this morning. In your own words, here's what happened.
We got home from, the hospital in Vicksburg.
You were the
Me, Aubrey, Jurayah, and more.
you know,
His mom is in stage COPDs, and they told me yesterday was her last day. I didn't think she would make it fast yesterday, so we went there to let the girls spend the day with her.
like, go ahead.
And so we left there about 9 o'clock, went to a wing spot in Fort Gibson to pick up more food, came to Fort Gibson, stopped at Pizza Hut to pick up my food, and made it home by 10 or 11 p.m. Both of the girls were asleep already in the car, so we just took them in the house and put Audrey in her bassinet, Boris changed Brian's diaper, and then we put her in her crib the same way we do every night. On her stomach, pillow, she has a bed sheet on the bed and a regular sheet,
So she sleeps in
a crib.
crib by herself? What are the other is?
She sleeps in our bedroom in the bassinet next to the bed.
Great. All she in it. Why do y'all put her in a room down like us? It's not gonna move you out.
Well, because she's 14 months old, she's been in her crib since she was about 6 months old, and Audrey just turned 6 months last Wednesday. So we were working on transitioning her out of our bed into her bassinet at about 2 months. And so she's been in the bassinet since then. So now since she's sleeping through the night, we're about to start working on transitioning her to her crib that's in the same room with Jurayah's.
So that's something y'all do, got the baby to sleep in another room? Okay, well,
The nursery. I mean, and the room, our rooms maybe a few feet away from theirs, and both the doors are open, so we hear when they cry or, whatever. Because Audrey sleeps in her crib during the day and she takes naps. Well, with the sleep, probably around 11 hours, and I did. And about 5:30, he woke up and asked if we had any juice in the house. I said no, but there's some Powerade on the top refrigerator if you want me to get that. And he said you can, and so I went to get that, and when you walk out of our room, we walked through the nursery to get to the living room, and I looked up and then saw her face in the bed, which if I seen it before.
where else you was laying?
She was
Was she face down on the
face
side?
down. She was face down.
Was he to the side?
It was kind of like her face was in that little crease between the bed and the mattress. And so it wasn't to the side, but it wasn't straight down either.
Okay.
When I usually, because she sleeps white, so if I see her sleeping in an awkward position, I move her and correct the position, I'll go on. But when I touched her, it was, she's cold. She was abnormally cold. And she was heavy. And being in the nursing position, I kind of had like a flashback kind of sort of, or something seems familiar, although it's new. And I immediately turned around, I went and got Morris and had him come get her up, and that's when we saw how she was, but she wasn't responding to me when I touched her. And, he called 911, and then he called her mom, and they came over, and then they called the others.
Right along you was going out to bed with one time,
Not even 30 seconds.
a 30 second. And called him.
Immediately after we found it, immediately after.
How old was the baby?
6 months.
6 months. Right. This is another kid. How long you have there?
A year, about 14 months.
Okay. So this particular child, there was something going on before y'all got married. It's about another woman he was dealing with. Was you already that trip at that time?
Boyfriend her.
Don't think boyfriend here. And it's somebody else he messing with and he have a child. Cause I like this girl, mother got pregnant. How long I did y'all married? Can you remember?
He got pregnant in October 2015, or no, late October, early November. And then we got married July. She was born 2 days after we got married. 3 days.
You heard the baby mom.
Me and her were best friends. We're not best friends, but we were really cool. The only problems we had is lack of communication. But she about me what she calls lords, which is what she would before city is told her to call boys.
They still go right behind the bruise and bring the
Well, no, we did. At one point, when this was back in July, she was learning how to walk. They do look outside in our backyard. We have like the smooth cement, and then we have like the rocky cement. And then this was like when she just started. She just turned 1, and she was just learning how to walk. And she fell when she transitioned from the smooth cement to the rocky cement. And she hit her head straight on the ground. But I called the words from football practice, and we took her straight into the hospital. And she was fine. It was, typical was a baby there and how to walk. But that's pretty much it.
Look out, it's your problem. Were you appropriate?
I'm from Harrisburg. We wasn't like, hey, let's go to the movies type friends. We were basically sister wives in a sense. Like she now, mind you, her and my husband were not in a relationship. It was a one-night stand that resulted in a child. But we took the child, that's on our own. She was, that. And that's why we had a relationship, because
Well, they have a relative. So what the help us find the baby? It was one night thing.
her both of it, I don't really know, but that's what they told me.
Are you familiar with you say you were Irving, right? Are you familiar with C?
Yes. I was scared for Jurayah, and still with Auburn. I didn't know. I didn't think I still had to beat them. So move with Jurayah.
Then they just made a statement this time.
Oh. It's been rocky. You know.
What the rocky?
The whole transition to 4 gifts, you know, get married, find out there's a child in the road, shout out. She's beautiful, she's sweet, she is obedient, she was my first baby. That was my first baby. And then, we tried to do everything possible, but it was always, we did a lot. It was that we were trying to take the baby. And so, I took the baby from us a little bit, but then you realized that we weren't meeting people. She let us start coming around more. And I mean, just the small of a city like this, you know, it's like Harrisburg is a crap, but the city as well. And nobody wouldn't see nobody do them good. And I don't know, just when you talk to my husband, the questions you ask me didn't defend, because I know you gotta do a job. And I know you gotta ask them questions. He's not doing good right now. Wait on his mama died. Woke up to his baby dead.
Who put it back in the crib?
He did.
He back in the crib, we all can know.
He just looks sad, but he had turns on her nighttime song, but the iPad was dead, so he did it last night. He took some baby doll on her order. And matter of fact, he tucked her in. It's like the bedroom, hallway, nursery, bathroom. He took a shower. I was cleaning up. She was fine until this. I remember when he opened the door from a shower, she was kind of like making this noise in her sleep. But when I did it because I opened the door because I didn't turn the water back on to me to get in the shower. And I said, wait. And you could hear in the room, it's like, she's like, But I said, hold on. So I went in and he's like, I'm coming. I said, oh no. So I went up in the air and I looked at her and her face she was turned to the side. She was still basically in the same position you lady. And then I just thought she may have been talking in her sleep.
You say y'all kept like down the clock up.
She went to bed by 10. We went to bed by 11. 5.
You better do it like you're back to what you read, keep it.
Sir.
99742. AM, book 22nd, 2017, at the Clayton County Sheriff Department, once again, I do it again, station 8.
If she had been.
Let's go in and do it this time.
Today they talk this so like my
Well, you're not under arrest. You can leave at any time you get ready. That's just like I said. We're going for them. That's basically.
It's all, yeah, that's fine. You want to reload it?
No, man.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, I'm fine.
Okay.
Today, dated November 1st, 2017, the time is 12:41. At the Clayton County Sheriff Department, presently the time is state today.
what was Bevilly before?
Spell Bevilly.
Bevily.
Give me a whole address.
7032 Highway 61 South, West Mississippi 39150.
How much education you got?
I obtained a specialist degree.
Give me a social.
426-73-1005.
Date of birth.
12/16/1991.
Current phone number.
601-831-5320.
All right, before we get a statement, put me on reach your rights, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You got right to remain silent, sit down, no, you to answer any question. Anything you say can't with you, can see you in the court of law. You have a right to talk to the lawyer for advice. Before we ask you any question, I have a withdraw question. If you're not for a lawyer, it won't be a point of view for any question that you wish. You decide to answer a question now without lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering any time to take calls to the lawyer. You understand all that?
Sir.
The waiver is I have ready to state my rights, understand my rights are, and willing to make a statement, answer a question. I now want a lawyer at this time, understand know what I have done. No promise of threats have been made to me, no principal urge, no forced to carry against me. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right, need you to come forward and sign this form for me. Come on, Billy. You should sign it, that you understand that period, just read to this information. Just ask your name and all that stuff. Are you willing to answer any question that we have? Give a statement concerning Jurayah and Smith, your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Start off from Friday night to Saturday when you first, how you obtained Jurayah, what time it was, okay. In your own words, up until you got home and you got yourself not pre-born, Sunday morning.
Okay. Friday evening, my cousin Danielle Skinner had called and let me know that she was keeping my child for the night. She said that she had got her from my my baby's mother earlier that day, and was just calling just to let me know that she had her that Friday. So
You didn't lay him overnight.
Jurayah Smith. So I had a game that Friday night, and it wasn't my weekend to have her anyway, so I didn't bother too much. That Saturday morning, I woke up, I had a community service in Jefferson County. While at the community service, I got a phone call from my father saying that my mom was basically in
What were the dates? What were the dates?
dates.
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning would have been the 21st. Okay. So Saturday, October 21st, woke up every morning, had a community service event in Jefferson County. And while we were at the nursing home for our community service event, I got a phone call from my father saying that my mom was basically in critical condition, and the doctor said she didn't have much longer, so they wanted all of the family to come up. So during this time, we leaving from Fayette to Gibson. Had a phone call from my auntie Antoinette that my child was with her here in Fort Gibson, and I really didn't have a car seat or bag or anything like that. So I said, well, I'll just get her, just bring her to me. I have a car seat in her bag. She can come with me, my wife, and my other child to Vicksburg. So around noon, the four of us traveled up to Vicksburg to the hospital, Mary Health on 61.
Who was with you?
My wife, kids, Tomika Beverly, Aubrey Bevily, and Jurayah Smith. Aubrey's my 6-month-old. So the four of us, we drove up to Vicksburg. We went to the hospital. A lot of my family were in and out that day, so we stayed at the hospital. We never left the hospital. We stayed there up until about 8, 9 o'clock because my father had to run home to take a shower and grab some clothes because he had planned on staying the night. So after the four of us left, myself, my wife, and my 2 children, we stopped at a wing place, Next Level Wings on 61 South. This was a little after 9 o'clock, I believe. And because I had a place in order to go. So I just went inside.
You don't have home. Alright. Where you going?
County Public School District.
What you do?
School there.
that's involved in Jurayah. I mean, that's how you know now. Jurayah Smith. He's 14 months old. Well, she was found at your house. In your own words, tell me what happened.
We got home from when we were at the hospital in Pittsburgh. Me, Aubrey, Jurayah, and more. His mom is in state. She don't need keys, and they told me yesterday was her last day. I didn't think she would make it past yesterday, so we went there to let the girls relate on her. And so we lived there about 9 o'clock. Went to a wing spot in Woodgate to pick up more food. Came to Woodgate and stopped at Pizza Hut to pick up my food. Maybe on about 10 or 11 p.m. Both of the girls were asleep already in the car, so we just took them in the house and put our bed in it, or changed Jurayah's diaper, and her bed on her crib the same way we do every night. On the stomach, the pillow, she has a bed sheet on the bed, and a regular.
So she's sleeping in a crib by herself? What is up, basically?
She sleeps in our bedroom in the back bed next to the bed.
Okay. House, why do y'all put her in the room by herself, not going to out?
Well, because she's 14 months old. She's been in her crib since she was about 6 months old, and I just turned 6 months last Wednesday. So we were working on transitioning her out of our bed into her bassinet in about 2 months. And so she's been in the bassinet since then. So now since she's sleeping through the night, we were about to working on transitioning her to her crib that's in the same room as Jurayah.
So that's something y'all do, that the baby can sleep in another room?
In the nursery. And the room, our room was maybe a few feet away from theirs, and both the doors are open, so we hear when they cry, or whatever, because our sleeps in her crib during the day when she takes naps. Well, we went to sleep probably around 11 or than I did, and about 5:30 he woke up and asked me any juice in the house, and I said no, but there's some Powerade on the top of the refrigerator if you want me to get that. And he said you can, and so I went to get that, and we walked out of our room, we walked through the nursery to get the milk from my little, and I saw her face in the bed, which she had not seen it before. She was
Was she face down on the side?
She was face down.
But here's the side.
It was kind of like her face was in that little crease between the bed and the mattress. And so it wasn't to the side, but it wasn't straight down either. And I usually, because she sleeps wide, so if I see her sleeping in the opposite position, I move her in correct position and go on. But when I touched her, she was cold. She was abnormally cold, and she was heavy. And being in the nursing position, I kind of had like a flashback kind of sort of, or something seems familiar, although it's new. And I immediately turned around, I went over and had him come get her up and ask her what we saw. How she was, and she wasn't responding to me when I touched her. And he called 911, and he called her home, and they came over and they called her.
But how long you was gone after the one, 3 times?
Not even 36.
But How long was the baby?
6 months.
6 months. Now, this another thing I had. How long y'all married?
A year, about 14 months.
Okay. So this particular child, there was something going on when y'all got married. This about what you dealing with. Was you on a relationship at that time?
Boyfriend.
You don't think boyfriend, girlfriend. And this is somebody else you know, this way you can have a child. Okay, good. How long have this girl mother got pregnant? How long have this child married? Do you know?
She got pregnant in October 2015. I know that late October, and we got married July of next year. She was born 2 days after we got married. 3 days.
You were married with mom?
Yeah, we were best friends. Well, not best friends, but we were really cool. The only problems we had is lack of communication. But she called me before she called Lawrence, because we just, what she
So y'all, man, what was your problem like that? Y'all was running to Europe over there?
I'm an expert. And we were like, hey, let's go to the movies type friends. We were basically sister wives in a sense. Like she now managed to her and my husband were not in a relationship. It was a one-night stand that resulted in a child. But we took the child in as our own, and she was, and that's why we had a good relationship, because
So they have a relationship. So one you have a not baby. It was one night stand.
her both of them. I don't really know that that's they both told me.
Are you familiar with the city with everything like? Are you familiar with the city?
Yes. Yeah, I'm scared to drive and I see it without me. No, I didn't know. I didn't think I see it because I never driving.
Didn't they do everything at the time?
No, it's been rocky, you know, the whole transitions of what it is, you know, getting married, find out the child is just beautiful, she's sweet, she's obedient, she was my first baby, that was my first baby. And we tried to do everything possible, but it was always, when we did a lot, it was that we was trying to take the baby. And so she kind of took the baby from us a little bit, but then she realized that we weren't being people. She let us start coming around more. And I mean, just the smallness of the city like this, you know, it's like Hattiesburg is crap, but the city as well. And nobody don't see nobody doing good. And I don't know, just when you talk to my husband, what is your way to get defended? Because I know you got to do a job. And I know we got to answer questions. But he's not doing it. Wait on his mother died, woke up to his baby dead.
Who was that career?
Yeah.
You got that career when y'all had
And he was just upset, but he had turned on her. Last time the song was out there, his kids, so we did last night. So baby, I don't know. Yeah, and matter of fact, as he took her in, it's like the bedroom, They, he took a shower. I was cleaning up. She was fine because I remember when he opened the door from the shower, she was kind of like making noise in her sleep. Building out because I opened the door because I was going to turn the water back on for me to get in the shower. And I said, wait. And you hear in the room, so she's like, But I said, hold on. So I went in there and he said, I'm coming. I said, oh no. So I went in there and I looked at her and her face, she was turned to the side. She was still basically the same position you laid in. That's all she did is help her to sleep.
You said y'all had
She went to bed by 10. We went to bed by 5:30.
You may have done everything. Everybody told you to make the best position.
Yes, sir.
99.742 a.m. on 2017 at the Clayton Sheriff Department going down
Security.
that's what ended up being this time.
Yes. So investigator Jefferson, when did you take this statement?
October 2017, right after we found the rock, near their residence.
And I told you that was October 22nd, which you have any reason to dispute that?
But it is the October 22nd.
Alright. Did you read her rights?
No,
Why not?
she was not a suspect at that time.
Now, I want to question you about one of the questions that you asked her. You said, are you familiar with SIDS? I think you practiced it with your nurse, right? And are you familiar with SIDS?
Yes.
Why did you ask her that question?
Because she's a nurse.
Okay.
Now, I think she'll be familiar with CDs.
Okay. Well, why ask her about SIDS at all?
Because I was not familiar with it. I didn't know what it until they drive.
Okay. And do you know what SIDS stands for?
Sudden and death syndrome.
Okay. And at that time, what were you thinking about the other baby Jurayah?
I think that was a possibility.
What was possible?
CDs.
I want to talk to you about some of the things that were said in the statement by Ms. Bevilys. She stated at one point that she looked over and she was face down. Well, let me back up. Later on, she says that Morris took Jurayah in, didn't play her song because the iPad was dead. But then he took a shower, she cleaned up, and baby Jurayah was making these noises like, And then earlier in the statement, she said she also said when she looked, she was still basically in the same position that Morris had laid her down in.
Yes.
You remember, do you recall in the statement we just heard?
Yes.
Alright, so in another part of the statement, she said when she looked over, and I think this was when she found her dead, according to the Bevilys, when she looked over, she was face down. Her face was in that little crease between the bed and the mattress.
Yes.
Alright, and listening to those two things that she said in that interview, did they give you any type of pause? Did it cause you to do anything?
At that time? Mm-hmm. No.
Okay. Why not?
I still think it was something natural.
Okay. Something like that.
Still like see.
And when Ms. Bevilys said in the statement, I think this is around the 5 minute mark, 5 minute, 10-second mark, that she was cold and she was heavy. Did that cause you to feel any type of way or to cause you to perform the actions or to do anything?
Not at that time.
What is that an indication of? That she was cold and she was heavy?
And she was deceased, and then she popped and picked her up and tried to move her.
Would she know if she was heavy if she hadn't tried?
No.
When you arrived on scene, and y'all may I approach? Here. Once making an attempt to put exhibits 5, 6, and 7 on the elbow. I'm showing you what has been received as evidence as state's exhibit. And I want to specifically ask you about what the defendant said about Mark said later that she was to the side, still basically in the same position that he laid her down in. And then that's what she said. When she looked up and she was walking through to get the juice, because she was face down, her face was in that little crease between the bed and the mattress. Looking at this picture, do you see the bed? Do you see the crib?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the crib and the mattress. I said the bed, the crib and the mattress.
Yes.
Can you clearly see the crib?
Yes.
And can you see the mattress?
Yes.
All right, do you see, can you see the baby Jurayah in this picture?
You see part of it.
Okay. Can you see her any creases between the crib and the mattress?
No.
All right. I'm about to show you State's Exhibit 6. Can you describe how baby Jurayah is lying in this picture?
She's laying on back.
Now, according to that statement, who laid Jurayah in her crib?
Morris.
And then, well, what did Morris do before Morris?
Take it to the shower.
What did she do?
Don't recall.
If I told you that statement that was made, she said he took a shower, I cleaned up.
She said she cleaned up.
And that Jurayah was making these noises like,
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ever indicate to you that CPR had been performed?
No.
Did anyone indicate to you that any life-saving measures had been performed?
No.
And do you know the type of profession that her husband, Lawrence Bevilys, has?
At the time, he was a coach.
Do you know? If you don't know, you don't know. Do you know whether or not he had any medical training?
I don't know.
What about the defendant's case to Kia Beverly? Did she have any medical training?
Yes.
Was she licensed?
Yes.
As a what?
Nurse.
Did she indicate that she attempted to perform any life-saving measures?
No.
When she said she was told she was heavy, that led you to the conclusion that what?
She was deceased.
All right. Also, she said something seems familiar, although it was new, and she didn't get out once.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And about what time was Jurayah laid down?
She said right when they got home, I just took a shower and left.
And about what time did what time was she reported deceased?
She was reported like 5 something.
Okay. What's the motion? And investigator judge said you asked the question, has she ever complained about, and by she, tell me who you were referring to, but has she ever complained about any bruising or anything on the baby in the past? Who's she you were talking about?
Did your honor take it long?
And do you recall the response?
She said no.
She said, no, we did.
She said what now?
No, we did at one point. This is back in July, she was learning how to walk. Do you recall that?
Yeah, the spirit fell when she learned how to walk. One time.
And did she describe what she was walking on when she fell?
I don't remember.
I already tell you in that statement, it says she fell on, look at our backyard, we have like the smooth cement, and then we have like a rocky cement.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now you did just tell me that she said she was just learning to walk.
Yes, she just learned how to walk.
So she fell, she transitioned from the smooth to the rocky cement.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she do with that happened?
What did Tequila do?
Yes.
She informed more than David.
And then I also want to direct your attention to one question that you asked about anything else you want to add to your statement. This was after the question about seeds. And do you recall what she said?
She went on to talk about how Morris has been going through a lot and don't question the way we question other kind of be easy on him because he's going and stuff like that.
Okay. She said it's been rocky.
It's been rocky. The changes from adverse report a very rocky time for him.
At that point, did she mention anything about her relationship with Jurayah?
She said that was her first time.
Okay. Did she mention anything else about her relationship with Jurayah?
That was her first time. It was hard having a new baby coming to their life with the transition and everything. It was very hard. It was a struggle.
Understood. Now, when she told you about questioning Morris, what did she say?
She said take it easy on him because he's going through a lot with the transition and the situation with his mother and everything. She knew that we had to question her, we question her, but don't try to take it easy on him.
Right. And just to clarify, when I asked you, or when I went back and I asked you if you remember asking a question, like she ever complained about any rules or anything on the way in the past, and you said she talked about fall.
Yeah.
Did Takia ever mention anything about leaving any type of marks or scars from the fall in this first interview?
She had said she had some kind of bruise on her forehead.
And did she ever mention a black eye? In this interview?
No.
Okay. So, now she did mention, you know, she was learning how to walk, and I think on down she says, when you asked her about anything else, and you just explained that she said it was being rocky. She did mention, and we tried to do everything possible because it was always, when we did a lot, it was that we were trying to take the baby, and so she kind of took the baby from us a little bit. And then she realized we weren't many people, and she started letting us come around more.
Yeah.
She did mention that.
Yeah.
And in reference to that, did she say anything about black eye and Jurayah system?
No.
Mr. Sweet. How are you? Nothing.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple of questions real quick.
I thought you wanted to approach Mr. Sweet. That's fine.
Oh.
Okay.
I want to ask you a couple of questions real quick. Because she showed you a picture, and in the tape, she put the picture up and asked you, I believe, was she laying with her face in the crib, right?
Yes.
Alright? And then, I think she showed you a picture of the crib and the mat. Right?
Yes.
And then she asked you, do you see her face between them?
So I can marry the child. Just
Okay. Now, you're not insinuating, because she told you that more square to the bed, and she laid her over there when she walked by, her face was kind of between the crease, right?
Yes.
You're not insinuating to the jury that was wrong, are you?
No, I'm not insinuating.
Oh, okay, because you know, Morris told you that's exactly how that baby was, didn't you?
I don't remember Morris.
She asked you, were there any life-saving efforts given to that child, and you said no.
There was none.
Who are you? What's your name?
Yeah. Can you show that to insurance? Objection.
I haven't asked my question.
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a duplicate broadcast on the page. Please switch to that live. You should have better quality.
Were you present when Morris was getting also? You know what CPR is? Did Morris Bevily say until you sustained? When you told him?
Sustained.
please switch to the other broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. You should have better quality video. It's on the page. Just leave this and join the other.
We consider where conduct of attorney specifically, the court recognized a trial court's independent interest in ensuring that criminal trials are conducted within the ethical standards of the profession and that legal proceedings appear fair to all who observe them.
Now, she's not finished, Mrs. Williams.
He's admonished the court about objections. He's admonished the court. He's been, that we were told in chambers by the lead counsel on the case when the judge had already made her order that he was just going to go out and say what he said in open court. He admonished him, no, he would not. By way of example, it says specifically the court recognized the trial court's independent interest in ensuring that criminal trials are conducted within the ethical standards of the profession and the legal proceedings appear fair to all who observe them. Further, counsel was removed in Gonzalez Lopez 108 to Supreme Court, 1988, at 142. Here, the attorney was merely limiting his participation for specified repeated violations. He can limit his participation for specified limited violations, or he can be removed from this case. He has 3 attorneys that represent him. Mr. Sweet has indicated several times on the record, Mr. Dennis Sweet III has indicated several times on the record that he is not lead counsel, that his son didn't support lead counsel, although we have not been able to see that. So the state at this time is requesting that Mr. Sweet, Dennis Sweet III, be benched in this trial and not allowed to participate, because it is obviously he is not going to observe the rules of court, and he will continue to try and attempt and actually take this jury and end in a mistrial. We're trying everything to avoid it. So that would be the motion for the state.
Response, Mr. Sweet.
Yeah, she had not cited one instance of misconduct. She cited the court yesterday that I asked this witness concerning an expert report. Now, I held it in my hand, but the court ruled I could not ask about what he gave the witness. So I didn't. I asked the facts. When you look at the record, that's exactly what I asked. They jumped up and screamed and hollered that I did not respect the court's order. Now, I didn't react the way she did and say, oh no, this or that. I proceeded on as I had and asked the question in a manner that conformed to the court's order. Now, in this case, and what we hear about today, and it's really bad, is that they misled. She said my conduct was bad.
Let him finish. Ms. Jordan, go on, Mr. Sweet.
Okay. I have a report that I was given as the Clayton County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Report. He is the chief investigator. So I was asking him, he said that there was no one told him that they gave life-saving measures. She brought it out. This is something that had not been brought out. Was supposed to be playing the video this morning. She brought that out. When I opened the report, right in here, in the police and chief investigator report, she did 2 things. Number one, she led him to the fact that this baby, that the client, that she said in the report, that the face was near the corner of the crib and the mat. And she showed 2 photographs to mislead that the baby was not there. When the husband told them, once she called him, he came in, turned the baby over, and gave CPR. Now, I wanted to go and question him about when he said that there was no evidence that he gave life-saving measures, and I have the Clayton County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Report, of course I want to use it. It impeaches them, I'm sorry, but he just told that when it's in the Sheriff's Department report. The court ruled I could not use the report, so I did not use the report. My next step was, and I do it properly, because this is a very important point to us, because he was misled in saying there was no evidence of life-saving event. When I'm in possession of an investigative report, none about him, and the lead investigator that said there was. So he said, well, I didn't like that. That's fine. When we looked at the tape, we saw that there were 2 people who interviewed these folks. And I take it that's the other person who was present in the interview. So once the court ruled I couldn't use that, I stopped. I didn't go forward on that. My next question was, were you interviewing with someone else? And didn't they tell you in that interview X, Y, Z? Now, that would be a proper question of him, what he was told in that interview. We just heard what she told in the interview. This would not, it doesn't matter for the truth of the matter asserted. If he told him in an interview with that officer that very thing that was CPR runs, that would impeach him right here where he's told this jury, misleading him that there was no CPR evidence. So that's what I was doing, Your Honor. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm in possession of an important impeachment measure. It was important enough to come in and say that these people provided the baby no life-saving efforts when I have a report of the Sheriff's Department with the lead investigator on the stand. Of course, I couldn't use it. I put it down. I asked him about the interview deals. And that's where I was going. I don't see how that's a problem. I don't see why that would shut me down. It's an effort to try and impeach it. Now, I was more aggressive because I sit there and watch him say that when I know that the report he had says different. Now, the court ruled I can't go in and sustain me and said I couldn't go any further. I stopped. That's what I do. I thought I was a child abuser. It was an important point to us. He's misled the jury. I just wanted an opportunity to show him he was misleading. The court said I couldn't do it. I stopped. What I was going to do was I wanted to ask the court to allow me to park where I was going when we stopped. For the record, this is an important point. I believe that we should be entitled to impeach his testimony. His sworn testimony that they were not told that they were given life-saving evidence. When I had evidence of that. That's all I did. Yesterday, when I went to ask about what was given to the information given to the pathologist, I thought I was correct. His tape statement, they kept telling me, the pathologist told us this, the pathologist told us that. So I thought I would be able to go into what was told that the pathologist used. The court sustained it. I thought I could, the court said no. I stopped. I went to another method. I have stopped every time this court has. That doesn't mean I left the subject or I didn't try and use the evidence in another way. That's all I've done. So I don't know what they're citing that I have disrespected this court or the court has ruled against me and I continue to go against the court ruling. I thought it was perfectly proper ground asking him was he present when that Morris Bevily was interviewed and questioned on whether or not there was life-saving conditions given. I couldn't even ask that. So I haven't asked. If the court rules I can't ask about that, then I ask properly. That's all I do. Thank you, Your Honor. I ain't done anything improper on it.
Let me address some issues since I want the record to be clear. Regarding the report that Mr. Sweet attempted to impeach this witness, Officer James Jefferson, with, the report that he attempted to impeach him with is, number one, was not taken by this officer. It was taken by another officer. I don't know if that officer has been subpoenaed here to testify, but I believe the subpoena power of the court would have allowed him to if the parties wanted it. The second thing is, we have a trial here, which is the State versus Tomika Irving. There's another trial pending, which is State versus Morris Bevily before. This court is not going to impede the right of one defendant for the right of another defendant. So in this particular case, if there is information regarding what Morris Bevily before has done, that should come out in his particular case, or the parties can subpoena Mr. Morris Bevily before to come into this case and testify if he so chooses, and if his own attorneys allow him to give testimony on whether or not he gave any of the CPR or life-saving methods. The question that was asked by the district attorney to Officer Jefferson was whether Ms. Tomika Irving had administered any of these aids. That is Mr. Morris Bevily before. Let me admonish the attorneys that as we go forward, there is another case with a whole set of different attorneys and another defendant who I assume, because I haven't seen the attorneys at least, that are not here. And so I'm not going to trample on the rights of another defendant for the rights of this defendant. We're going to keep them separate. So if Morris Bevily is not going to be subpoenaed as a witness, his attorneys are not allowing him to be subpoenaed as a witness, we need to make sure we keep that separated. He has his own case pending. Now, regarding the pathologist question on yesterday, Officer Jefferson was being asked or attempted to be asked by Mr. Sweet regarding, I think it was either Dr. Larson or Dr. Nichols' report. The pathologist that Officer Jefferson referred to, and from his testimony, the pathologist that he went, or medical examiner that his office he went to was Mark Obama. So I think it was confusing to the jury to ask about a pathologist without stating which pathologist that this particular officer either talked to or reviewed a report. So that's on that issue. Now, let's go back to the objection, which was from the state regarding definitely yesterday and previously about attorneys' behavior in the courtroom. As I've stated numerous times, understand that emotions are high. I understand that sometimes attorneys can't control themselves, and I've asked all parties to do that with this particular case. And so I'm asking again that the parties do that. At this time, I'm sure your objection as well as your references are noted for the court. The court has done, of course, you know, her own research on this issue, and I'm not going to allow these proceedings to run amok because seasoned attorneys don't understand or don't want to comply with the rules and the process. So I'm going to admonish you all again that you need to make sure we follow the rules. You need to make sure we follow the processes that are put in place by the Supreme Court. We need to make sure we respect each other. We need to make sure we follow the rules of court. We need to make sure we follow the rules of professionalism as attorneys and your candor to the court when speaking to the court. And of course, the court will do the same. If in furtherance I see that they can't be done, then I'll take it further and I'll use all the power that this role gives me to make sure these proceedings are done in a fair and orderly way. Whether that means contempt, by incarceration, fines, or you'll be removed from these proceedings. Because at this point, there are 4 attorneys on this side, there are 4 attorneys on this side. So there are plenty of enough adept, capable attorneys in this case. If I have to. So at this time, be sure your are we about to play the second tape?
I'm not finished, man.
Are we about to play the second tape? Mr. Sweet finishes?
Yes. After redirect, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so how long, I mean, cross-examination from that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. Mr. Sweet, I'm going to allow you to finish your cross-examination on the first tape. Be sure you have your redirect on the first jury to go to lunch, and then we'll come back and do the second tape, and then you all have your direct and cross-examination.
Your Honor, on this, man, that people don't mind, I disagree with the court ruling. I do not think that the law, I could have that thought. I'm going to follow this court ruling. But in order to preserve this issue, in case she loses, I have to proffer what I would have asked. Will the court allow me to proffer the questions and the information I would have got? The jury's not here. That's the only way I can preserve it for the record. And I'm not disrespecting.
The issue is, I understand how this works. There are rulings that this court made that the state don't like, that the defense don't like, and that's just how it works. That's just how it works. That's how life works. There's a choice. Okay? And I don't have an issue with you making a proffer. You don't have to plead to me that you disagree. I know you disagree. Whenever I say deny, you disagree. When I say deny on this side, they disagree. I don't have an issue with that. All you need to tell me is say, thank you, Judge, I would like to make a proffer, and we can do that. You don't have to go on and on about you disagree. I know you disagree. That's common knowledge. So all you need to do is when I say deny, court, judge, ma'am, can I make a proffer? Yes, sir. You'll make your proffer. It's very simple. We don't need the extra.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Alvin Jefferson, were you present when Mr. Morris Bevily was interviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and you were present when he was questioned, right?
Yes.
And he was asked about whether he gave any life-saving effort, right?
I'm not familiar with this interview because I'm not prepared for the interview. I have not been interviewed in 5 years.
All right.
I have no idea what he said.
So if I show you remember, would it refresh your memory about what he said?
If that's not a report, I'm not familiar with it.
So seeing the report of the officer you were sitting there with wouldn't refresh your memory?
That's his right.
All right. But, and may I approach you?
Yeah.
This officer you said the interview with, he wrote down the notes. Didn't he say that Mr. Bevilys said he gave life-saving, he gave CPR? He moved the baby and gave CPR.
He was not present in the interview. He is not a detective. He was not present.
Who in the report?
The only man present in the interview was Carver Clinton.
Who was this report that said he gave?
That's Jurayah.
Okay, he said that he told him that he gave CPR and moved the baby.
He was not present in the interview.
I'm just asking you what he said.
That might be what he stated, but I was not there when it was stated.
Can you please tell me what he said?
You want me to read the report?
Yes, read about it.
Yeah, I want to look.
No, that's what y'all gave me. That's the state. You see, it's the bottom of the state.
Okay. They have the original. Look, I don't mind reading it, just don't look at the house.
Okay. Ma'am, come on. Yeah.
Yes.
Right here it says, her father, Beverly, stated that she was on her stomach, but he turned her over on her back, administered CPR. Correct?
Yes, that's in this report.
Alright, so if that's true, what you stated to the jury will not be correct, would it?
I don't agree with that.
I understand. I'm saying, if this is true, you stated.
I can't say that's true, but it's not investigated. I was not there. I'm not going to agree with you.
Did you ask them that they give life-saving, yeah?
Ask the kid more?
Yeah.
I mean, the kid?
Yeah.
No, I did not ask that.
Did you ask Mr. Beverly?
No, I don't think I asked him that. I don't remember.
So you don't know whether they gave life-saving measures or not?
She did not state she gave life-saving measures.
Okay, I'm just saying, you don't know what they did or did not.
Based off her interview, she didn't give it. That's my answer.
Nothing further. Come on, man. I'm ready to clean my car.
All right, come on.
Mother, come in, may I approach you?
Yes. Be sure. Be sure.
Okay, the jury is now coming back in the room.
You didn't ask Ms. Beverly in this interview about any CPR issues.
No.
You didn't ask her in this interview about any life-saving measures.
No.
Picture that you showed, you understand that was not the original position that they found the child in, right?
That's the position she was in when I made no sense.
Okay, good. That's you saw.
Yes.
I asked you yesterday, you talked about her taking you through the nursery, right?
Yes.
And she told you about the diagram of how the house works, right?
Yes.
All right, and you asked her to draw you a diagram of how the house is set up, right?
No, I did not.
One moment. In the tape, she talked about the house going through the nursery to get the juice, right?
Yes.
And that's what she discovered through the nursery, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach you, honey?
Come on. as keep working. I am state suggestions on the record.
You were at the house. Did you not get anything? Did they ever draw you a diagram of that?
No.
You should have drawn another.
Objection.
I'm not trying to.
All right, overruled, I'm allowed.
She told you she didn't
That's limited to
imagine.
this, that's limited to this statement, this recording on this week.
She told you, explained to you she was in a master bedroom, right?
Yes.
She described what she walked through in nursery.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And when you go through the nursery, you hit the hall, correct?
Yes.
And that's where she was going when she came through and saw Jurayah, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. So, just so we know, the master bedroom is over to the right, isn't it? See the office table?
That is the entrance to the room when Jurayah was found with the officer.
Okay, but there's also a door there when you have the master bedroom, correct?
I did not go in that door. I don't know what's behind that door.
Where is the master bedroom in the house?
I do not know.
But the master bedroom over here, and
Overruled.
Aubrey's over here, and Aubrey's in the bed with them. Jurayah is in that room going to the nursery. Both the children are closer to him, right?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor.
From up.
Both children are location closest to them. One in the bed with them and one in that room right with the door, right?
based off the statement, yes.
All right, and the door, when you got it, that door was open, right? The door was right, yes.
Yes, it's open with off that.
Okay, and behind you too, to the bedroom, correct?
I don't know.
So, Jurayah succeeded prior to them being married, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they got married later, 3 or 4 days after they were married, Jurayah was born, right?
Yes.
Just so ladies and gentlemen, the jury understand, when Jurayah was conceived, she was was she a Fur River Community College?
I don't know what you did.
So,
Can you redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Investigator Jefferson, you were asked about the layout of the house, right?
Yes.
Showing excessive difficulty. What is this photo?
All we need is our room.
This is kind of dark. Let me see if I can line it up on the screen. I don't know, can you see what this is from where you sit?
The officer standing in the doorway.
Where's that doorway lead?
Leads to the room Jurayah was found in the car area.
So, is this, and for the record, I'm pointing at on Station Exhibit 3 at the purple wall. So, what is this that I'm pointing?
That's the wall referred to what she said on the statement. She called it nursery.
Okay. So, this is the nursery.
Yes.
So, is this, and now go to Stacy Exhibit 4. This is nursery?
Yes.
Where you see our own law?
Yes.
Okay, so, right here, where this deputy is standing, what is he standing?
That's the entrance to the closet area.
All right. Is there another door when you get into that room / closet area?
There's a door in the picture, but I don't know whether is anything behind it or not.
All right.
On another picture.
Have you seen it in any of these photographs that were made?
On one of them.
Of course it does. Do you know what the door leads to?
No.
Is there another door in the room other than that door?
No.
Okay. Well, how do you get in the room?
Through the area where I also stand there.
Okay. So you get into this room through the nursery.
Yes.
And so this door was there too.
Yes.
I don't know what it is. Is this a pass through or a room or a closet? What is it?
The room where the baby's at?
The room where Jurayah is laying dead in his crib.
That's actually a closet.
Okay. It's
No, it's a closet. Closet.
And who's in that closet?
Jurayah.
And was she alive or dead when she was dead?
She was dead.
And so, Jurayah is the closet.
You want to just leave it
And it's the same.
Who is it? Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this would be a good time for you all to do a lunch break. The instructions are the same as they have been. Don't talk to anybody. Don't allow anybody to talk to you. Don't investigate this case. Don't comment, post, read anything about this case at all. I tell jurors all the time, the best thing in the state of Mississippi about being a juror, you can be rude. Don't talk, don't speak to anybody. I don't care, we nothing. Sometimes we have all of these different things we do when we see somebody and say, acknowledge somebody. Well, when you're serving as a juror, you get a pass on that. So be like you live in the state. You're not living in the South. Be rude. Keep walking. Ignore them. That's the best way to do it. That's the way I want you to keep it. Now, if you did not, when you got here this morning, we have reserved parking spaces for you that I believe, which is the back of the jury of the courthouse, that officers are in the area and they marked it out especially for jurors. When you come back after lunch, that's where you need to park. The officers will let you come in. You'll have your jury tags on that know it's you. Nobody else is going to be able to park there, and then they'll escort you all up to the jury room. So I need you all to be back in the jury room at 1:45. Right? So basically you escort them to the jury room and then completely out the courthouse premises. Everybody else, please remain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury is out of the courtroom. I believe I have dialed in this broadcast, access their fiber optic. You'll notice that I've got different camera angles one camera, actually, just different scenes. I've got a wide shot. I have a close-up of the judge. I have a split between the judge and the witness. I have a close-up of the witness. And then I have a shot here that shows the podium, the judge, and the witness. A little further back. And then, of course, we've got, well, so, don't seem to be having any issues with dropped frames or connections, so this looks like it'll be pretty solid moving forward through the rest of the trial. We appreciate y'all subscribing to the page. I'm going to give you all an update here a little later today. I've got another trial I'm going to be covering involving an attorney who's being accused of defrauding a client over $50,000. He is set to go to trial in Hattiesburg and Forest County. It's a pretty significant case. If he is convicted, he will be found guilty of felony, which is law license. And a few other cases that I'm going to be covering. So if you enjoy this courtroom coverage, you will get access to more. So we are on break here. I don't know what they're going to be doing. What they do now, get out of here, get in their cars and leave, and no one is allowed to leave the courtroom because of what happened yesterday. I don't know if it's her family or one of these supporters, but they were talking to one of the female jurors. I heard her commented about her hairline just kind of chumming up to this juror. The judge was not happy about that at all. Let me know all he is with this current setup. I can't control the courtroom audio, but they have bumped it up a little bit. Okay, so everybody's now leaving. Hopefully y'all can hear this really well. The picture looks good. Probably just going to leave this thing going all the way through lunch. I really don't want to turn it off. It's running so well. yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I have the microphone up as loud as it will go here on my end. If these people, the attorneys and all would speak into their microphones, we wouldn't have a problem. But they don't, and then we get echo, and it's a little difficult at times. When we get back to Kia Bevilys' interrogation videos, an hour long, and you're not going to be able to hear it very well on this broadcast, but if you haven't seen it, go to the main page there and go back into February, mid week in February, and watch that on the timeline. You should be able to get to it also on hpatriot.com. There's some articles I published there, and one of them is a page that has links to all the videos. If you have trouble finding it, try to get it there. I'm just going to leave this thing going. Keep it on.
Morris' mom. So we all went to River Region in Vicksburg. We met there around 12 o'clock, and we stayed there all day until about 8:30, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, whenever we stayed, made it back. And we left the hospital, went to the wing spot in Vicksburg. I cannot think of the name, but it's between the Mexican restaurant and Dollar General on Highway 61. And we went to Pizza Hut in Port Gibson to pick up my food. After leaving Pizza Hut, we made it to the house. Aubrey was still asleep. I believe Jurayah woke when Morris got her out of the car. I put Aubrey in her bed. Morris brought Jurayah to the bedroom, the master bedroom as well, and laid on the bed, changed her diaper until he got improved. I kind of stirred a little bit, so I went to, just coax her back to sleep. And then I tried to clean up a little bit from the mess we left when we got in a rush that morning, while Morris went and took a shower. After Morris got out, getting out of the shower, I was going in to put my towel and my clothes in, and that's when I heard Jurayah kind of making a noise. It was like talk. It was real low. It was like talk. And so I went. When Morris said, "Well, I'll go check," and I said, "No, it's okay. You just get out the shower. I'll go check." And so I just looked over in her crib, and she was still turned in the same position that he had laid her. She was on her stomach, with her head turned to the right, with her baby doll in front of her, and her blue rabbit behind her, and her sheet pulled up to like here. And she stopped, and I went back in the bedroom, and then I went to take my shower, and I saw Morris when he got in. Just when he got into bed. Because when I got out, he was already asleep. And ESPN was on the TV.
So he was asleep, you got a shower?
Because I think they had game Friday night. And he works from 6 o'clock in the morning, about 6:30. We'll leave the house at 6:30 in the morning. And then it's out on the field until about 10. And he doesn't get home until about 11:30, sometimes after 12. And then he had community service that morning with Capital League of, I don't know, I guess Alcorn hosted. And go to community service and be in Natchez, not in Natchez. I think on Alcorn campus for 8, but he also had to go pick up a couple of the football players that are also a part of Capital League. But and I don't take a short shower. I'm in the bedroom for about 10 minutes, so I would not. It was normal for me to come out and get to school. But so we get to sleep. It was about 11 o'clock when both of us were going to sleep. And so wait, hold on. I completely forgot. Because I was just thinking, how was it 11 and we got home at 10? Morris and I sat in the sunroom after both the girls went to bed. We sat in the sunroom talking. He had like a little breakdown about his mom. And we sat out there for about 20-25 minutes. But we went outside. It's like sunroom, as you see, is still part of the house. And the hallway connects to both the nursery and the master bedroom. But then after that, that's when we went to go take a shower. There we go. So then he got in bed. When he was asleep, I got in bed, turned the TV out, and sleep. He woke me up around 5:30, asking if we had any juice in the house. I said, no, we got some parole.
would you like me to put on ice? And he said, no, you don't have to put on any ice, just bring me a bottle. So I said, okay. So I went to go through the, I would not normally walk through the nursery to get him a pack, we'll get whatever you want at the kitchen. And I noticed Jurayah was sleeping in what seemed to me was an uncomfortable position. And whenever I see her sleeping in what seems to me is an uncomfortable position, I usually move her. And when I went to move her, she was cold. And Aubrey has a cold and has had a cold for about the past month. We usually sleep in a cold house, but since she's been sick, we've been trying to see if sleeping warmer will help her not stay so sick. So it was odd for her to be so cold, as warm as it is in the house. And so that, along with how heavy she was, how heavy and how stiff she was, it really kind of like scared me, because I'm like half asleep, and it like scared me for a minute. So I went and I got Morris and asked him to come check on Jurayah. And he got out the bed, went to go, he turned her over, and she was still hurt. Like, this arm was like stuck here. And then her legs were still in the position they were. And her mouth looked, I didn't look at it long, because I couldn't look at it long. So, but it looked like her face had conformed to the shape of the crib, the side of the crib. And I knew her face was in the blanket. And so when her mom got there, well, I think I called 911 and told them where to come. And then he called her mom and told her that there was an emergency right here, she needed to have. I kept trying to figure out, like, you know, what happened, what happened, what did we do, what happened. Because she's 14 months old, you know, sis is 12, as you start wearing my sis at 12 months, and all she had in the bed was her bunny rabbit, her bed, her sheets. She wasn't tangled in the sheets. Her face was, she did have a rather large size pillow in the bed. You know, she was a big girl, so I didn't understand. I don't understand. So that's, here we are today.
All right. Basically, as you know, we've been conducting an investigation and trying to figure out any and everything that took place, and we just basically want to go back at least 72 hours to just basically to see how Jurayah was doing. And you've explained that you came in contact with Jurayah October the 21st at 12 p.m. at Citgo in Fort Gibson, Mississippi. That's the gas station that's located on Highway 18. And basically, when you saw her on October the 21st at 12 p.m., she was in the custody of Annie.
Jennings.
Okay. And how was Jurayah when she came into your custody? Or came into your custody?
She was Jurayah. She was calmer than usual. And she was still. That's when I changed her clothes.
So you changed your clothes where?
In the car, in the back seat of the Charger we were in, because when we got her, she had on some dirty sleeping clothes that she had on from the night prior, and I had brought an outfit from home to change her into.
Okay. And she said that, how was she acting?
Yeah, she was calm. She wasn't playful yet. It takes a minute to warm up, but she was calm. She ate some chicken that Morris had went inside to sit down and got. She was fine.
Fine. Okay. Then no sign. Did you see? You was changing her clothes, so you had a good eye shot of her. You could see everything on her, right? Mm-hmm. Did you see any signs of physical abuse or anything at that time?
Jurayah has really bad eczema. And I can't recall if
the spots had cleared up. But at one time she had, it looked like it could have been burn marks, but that's just how bad her eczema had gotten. They were like, she had patches, white patches on her waist.
This is Saturday?
No, I said I can't recall if they were there. But
what did you observe on Saturday, October 21st?
Nothing abnormal. Nothing abnormal. She was, but that's nothing out of the ordinary. She is used. I saw the normal eczema. She had
so nothing
that
out of the
would
ordinary.
cause alarm.
Okay. All right. What kind of clothes did you put on? Do you recall? What was it?
She had on an outfit that my mom had bought her. It was a pink strappy, but they weren't like straps. They were like thick straps, but they weren't sleeves. It was pink, and it was like it had like a few layers on it that past the top part, and it was like sheer and sparkly.
What was it? A onesie?
It was a shirt. She had on. It was a top was like it was flowy, but it stopped like here, and she had on. It had a pink flower on it, and then she had on pink bottoms.
Okay. So did you comb her hair?
Not that bad.
Okay.
Because we were headed to the hospital. I wanted to get her that morning so I could do her hair and get her ready because we were already planning on going to visit his mom after he got out of the community service, and then her mom had said that she needed some winter clothes, so we were planning on taking her to get that and her Halloween costume that evening. But when they said that we needed to be at the hospital, we stayed at the hospital all day.
Okay. So y'all pretty much when y'all picked up Jurayah at the Sicko on Highway 18, y'all left there and went to Vicksburg to the hospital where Morris's mother is at. Y'all was there about what, 1 o'clock, 12:30?
We got Jurayah around 11. About 11:30.
Okay.
We made it to Vicksburg a little after 12.
Okay, a little after 12, you know, we're at the hospital. And that's where you guys remained until what time?
About between 8:30 and 9.
Did not leave the hospital.
Never left.
Okay, and Aubrey was in your care?
Well, actually, both of the girls were, because that's like what I didn't say on this interview. There was about 15, 20 family members there. So, both girls were left hopping.
Okay, so they were basically someone was handling them the entire time they were there at the hospital. Okay, did you notice anything happen to any of the kids? Okay, nothing significant happened as well as physical. Did they make a mistake or someone run and hit their head on something or nothing? Okay, so basically, what time did you guys leave the hospital?
About 8:30 or 9. 8:30 or 9.
PM.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you left the hospital, you guys walked out to the car. Got in the what type of car is it?
I guess a Dodge Charger, a white Dodge Charger.
Got into the white Dodge Charger. And who were you carrying as you was walking out of the hospital?
I carried Jurayah.
You was carrying Jurayah. And Morris was carrying Aubrey.
In her car seat.
In her car seat. Okay, and you guys put, where did you place in, what was the placement in the car?
Jurayah's car seat sits behind my seat. And Aubrey's sits behind Moore's seat. But it's kind of in the middle between the middle seat and the other seat. But basically, it was Jurayah and then Aubrey. So Jurayah was in her car seat. Aubrey was in her car seat behind Moore's.
Okay. And so you were on the front passenger side. And when you went to the, you got in the car, the babies were buckled in their car seats. Morris got in. You guys proceeded to go 61 South to the wing place. And that's where you stopped. When you got to the wing place, what took place?
Well, headed to the wing spot, something started going weird with the car. It was like, felt like we had kind of a blowout. So when we got to the wing spot, we both got out and looked at the back right tire and saw and felt the inside. It was bald. So we actually was trying to contemplate that we need to get a room in Vicksburg. And I said, no, I think we can make it home. Because we still got 3 good ones. As long as you don't speed, it's not raining, or it's not wet, we should be fine. And because it was a little drizzling, but so
He went inside. We have Twinkle Twinkle Little Star playing to keep the girl asleep. And he went inside, checked on his order, stayed there for about 2 or 3 minutes, and they were still wasn't done.
What were you doing?
I was sitting in the car on my phone, Facebook.
On Facebook. Okay.
And he comes outside and sits in the car and says, "Well, I didn't know if you needed," because he left his phone in the car. He said, "I wasn't sure if you needed anything." You know, they went down my food, so I came. You know, he was just checking.
So Jurayah still sleeping?
Mm-hmm. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star is a guy for those two things.
Okay. So he got his
he went back. He got back out, went inside, got his food, and came back out.
Okay.
Got in the car. Was Pizza Hut.
Y'all proceeded to make any sudden stops on your way from Vicksburg?
No, because like I said, we had to make sure we were driving carefully because of that very right time.
So you know for a fact there was no jerking or anything of the sort? So nothing would cause the baby to hit anything in there? Okay, so you proceeded from the wing place to Fort Gibson, Mississippi? Mm-hmm. And when you got to Fort Gibson, Mississippi, your first stop was?
Pizza Hut.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember who went in. I'm pretty sure it was that lady and not Morris went in. So I'm pretty sure Morris went in. Yeah, because I said if I know he was going in, I would have ordered more because he would have had to pay for it. So Morris went in and he got it, and he came back out in the car, and while he was in there,
how was the baby when
fine, sleep.
Y'all still playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star?
They had been all day.
Okay.
Neither one of them got a nap. They had just fallen asleep before we went to the hospital. Mm-hmm. But so we get home, and that was the last stop.
Okay. So after Pizza Hut, what you guys got?
Home.
Were there any sudden stops in the car? No bumping or anything? So when you get home, what happened?
Morris got Jurayah out. That she did wake up when we pulled her to the house, and I got Aubrey out, and she was still asleep. And we both went in. He opened the door, both in the house, and put Aubrey in her bassinet. He changed Jurayah's diaper.
He changed Jurayah what part of the house?
In the master bedroom.
Okay.
On our bed, and he put her diaper in the diaper jean. And then he went and put her and laid her down in the crib.
And what were you doing?
When he laid her down in the crib, I had gone to the front because I was going to try to start cleaning up. And he said, and I don't know how I put that part. He said, "Can we talk?" And so we went and said.
This is before he showered?
This is before he showered. We went and sat in the sunroom.
Okay.
And we sat out there and talked for a few minutes, and that's what I told him. Of course, I don't understand how he's feeling because I haven't lost my mom. My mom is sick, and we just had a husband and wife talk, sitting in the sunroom.
Then Jurayah went back to sleep.
Jurayah went right, and that's we had never had a problem since Jurayah started. We put Jurayah when we first moved into this house. Jurayah was sleeping in the bed with me and Morris. And then one day, we were in Jackson at the mall, me, Jurayah, and Morris. And her mom, this was like back in January, February. Her mom called and said that DHS was coming to our house the next day because she had a call. Somebody called in on her. And they were coming to our house, and we were supposed to have this long list of stuff to make the house appropriate for Jurayah, which included a crib, which we didn't have yet because we had just moved into the house that Christmas. And so we went to Walmart that night. We got a crib, little outlet plugs. We got smoke detectors and all kinds of stuff to abide by what DHS said we need to have. And so that's why we put Jurayah in the crib, because DHS said we would get fined or something if we didn't. And And maybe at the third night we put her in her crib, it was like when you laid her in there, you say, all right, it's time to go night night. She would lay down, would not argue. Even if she didn't go straight to sleep, she would lay down until she fell asleep. So we never had a problem with her laying down and going to sleep, ever. She was that obedient. You said lay down, or night night, she would lay down until she fell asleep.
Okay, so on October the 21st, Saturday night.
She did not wake up. She stayed
While
awake.
you guys were in the sunroom, Jurayah was asleep. Okay. All right. And how long would you estimate y'all were in the sunroom?
About 25 minutes.
25 minutes in the sunroom talking. Okay. And after that?
After that, he went to take a shower. And that's when I started finishing up what I was doing in the living room. And then he was getting out the shower. The door was open. I heard him turn the shower off, so I was going in and put my things in there. And that's when I heard Jurayah stirring. And, we checked on her. She was fine, no signs of distress. I said, okay, she's fine. And then I went to my shower. Came out. Morris was asleep. ESPN was on. And I got in bed and I was asleep.
All right, now tell me this. The noise. Describe that noise again.
It was like,
when did you hear that?
Right when I was about to get in the shower.
Okay. So you heard the noise when about you in the shower.
Because I would come through the nursery, put my stuff in there, put my stuff in the bathroom, and the door was open and the nursery door was open. It's probably maybe about 5-6 feet apart. And so I heard it. He heard it too when he said, I go, you just get out of the shower. It's okay, I go. And she was okay.
So you didn't check on her. So you was the last person to see Jurayah.
Well, I was going to say technically, but, after he got out of the shower, he had to go to the nursery, and I didn't see him, but I'm like 98% sure he, of course, looked over and saw her well as well. And then when I was coming out of the bathroom, I went into the bedroom, and I looked in, she was fine as well, and I went down to bed, so yeah, I was the last one to see her.
And basically, when you heard her making that sound, he went in and or what? Or you
I said I would assume after he got, put on his towel and was walking to the bedroom that he checked on her as well.
But you're not talking about that?
We didn't talk about it.
Okay. What did he say it was?
He said it sounded like a cough.
Oh.
I guess maybe it sounded like one of them, but it sounded like talking to me.
So, the last time you saw her, what position was she in?
On the pillow. Turned to the right. With her black bag with a bag dollar in front of her. And her blue blanket behind her. And the blanket still pulled. Like, the noise she was making did not interfere with her placement at all. She was still covered. The sheet pulled up about midway back to the top of her back. And that was it.
She wasn't disturbed at all. Was she laying on her back, side, stomach? Laying stomach? And who put her in the bed? Morris put her in the bed. And she was laying on her stomach. That's what you saw? Okay. Was she in the center of the bed in the crib, or was she?
It was. No. It was more so. It was like between the center and between the left side. So she wasn't like dead set in the middle, but she wasn't against the crib wall either.
Okay. All right. And you checked on her. Everything's fine.
Walked through the nursery, tiptoed to the nursery, because we just got the floors done and they creak real bad now. But walked through, got in bed, and sleep.
When you got out of the shower and you peeked in, she was fine. She was still on her stomach. Well, you got in the bedroom, the master bedroom. What was Aubrey doing?
Sleep.
What was Morris doing?
Sleep.
Okay. And you got in the bed. And what happened next?
I woke up at 5:30. The boys woke me up and asked if we had anything to drink in the house. I said, and he said we had juice in the house. Then we had Pyrated on top of the refrigerator. And said we want to put it on ice. He said no, you don't have to put it on ice. You just go get me a bottle. So I went to go get it. And I saw that she was in that weird position, like what seemed to me to be an uncomfortable position.
Well, describe that position.
I want to say that I really wasn't looking at her body. I was just looking at, where her face was. Because I want to say maybe a part of her was under the cover. I can't remember. But I just remember seeing her looking uncomfortable with her face and the pillow, like in the it was like, this is the bed, this is the wall, and her face was like in between.
Was she on her stomach?
She was on her stomach.
She was on her stomach.
And that's all I remember. She was on her stomach, and her face was face down.
Now, what you're describing to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that she was still in the crib, and she was laying on her stomach, and her face was way in between in the framing of the crib.
Yes. Trying to think of what the pillow was. I can't see it. But what you just said was based. I don't know if it was wedged, but I know that's what it looked like. To me, that's what it looked like.
And what you do?
I tried to move her because I was like, because we found her sometimes, and she completely turned around, and she was against the crib as well. She was against the crib, and I'm like, Morris, look at Jurayah. He'd be like, kid, come look at Jurayah. And she looked at her, she turned, and he'd be like, hi, that thing sleep well. And so I went to move her. I want to say I tried to grab her like by her shoulder, and she was really heavy. Like, when you move somebody's shoulder, just the shoulder, but it was like stiff like an arm, like when you move the whole thing moves. And she was really, really cold. She was really, 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 really abnormally cold. And so I went to my room and I got Morris, and he got up.
What'd you go get Morris for?
Because it was like I had like a flashback kind of working in a nursing home and finding a resident that, the parents were seeing it. Because I actually had seen my first deceased resident right before I left.
What you mean?
Like I had never, because I was pregnant the whole time I was working at Cleveland County Senior Care.
Okay.
And so they would never tell superstition pregnant women not supposed to see dead bodies. So anytime somebody would pass, they wouldn't let.
But that's what you were referring to as a flashback.
Right. Yeah.
Now describe what you did when you
Well,
saw.
when I felt it, and when it was heavy, when it was hard for me to turn on, I immediately went in the bedroom.
What were your mindset then? What were you thinking?
I don't know, I was just scared.
Why were you scared?
Because I don't deal with it was like my mind is, because I watched so many scary movies and so much, so my mind immediately went to what's wrong with this baby. And it was like I was half sleeping, I wasn't thinking straight. And I couldn't see her really, because like I said, it was just the light from the night light shining on me. And I don't think I wanted. I think I thought something is really wrong, but I didn't want to see it.
Why would you think something was really wrong?
I'm telling you, I was like, when I felt how she was, how cold she was, and when I felt how hard it was for me to try to turn her over. But that's what made me think something was wrong. It was a feeling that I'll never forget, but I just can't put it into words more than she was just so cold and so heavy and so still.
Okay. So what did you do at that point?
I got bored.
But what placement did you leave Jurayah in that crib?
Well, like I said, it was all I did was try to grab her shoulder, and when her entire body tries to start, but I couldn't lift it. I'm pretty sure I left her in the same position I found her.
And what was that?
Face down on the bed.
Well, on her stomach?
On her stomach.
And her face turned?
Right. And on her face didn't turn. It was still in the same, between the bed and like her neck didn't turn. Nothing moved.
Okay. So then what did you do?
So then I got more. I screamed at him. I said, Morris, come check on Jurayah.
You left out of the room or you stayed in the room?
In the nursery?
Yeah.
No, I went because it's like maybe 2 or 3 feet from the nursery to the bedroom, and I went and I said, Morris, come check on Jurayah. He got out the bed, jumped out the bed, and he came, and I don't remember him turning her over, but I remember looking in the crib and she was on the bed.
So both of you guys were in there without turning the light on to really investigate?
He did. He turned on the light before he moved her.
Who turned on the light?
Morris turned on the light before he moved her.
So did you leave out of the room? You say
I stayed in the room, and no. When he turned her over, I ran and got his phone. I did that. I'm trying to figure out how Morris got the phone, because I know he did, because when I screamed and woke him up, or when I screamed for him to get out of bed, I don't think he grabbed his phone.
Did you scream and wake him up, or did you scream?
No, he was out. We just woke up. When I screamed to get him up, I can't recall. I just remember screaming, telling him to call 911.
Okay.
And he called 911.
At that point, where are you?
I'm still in the nursery. But then I leave the nursery because he's in the house screaming to the lady on 911.
What does he say?
My baby's dead. Can you send somebody?
Did he say that before he went into the room?
No. We didn't call 911 until he turned her over. I think I was too scared of what my background was telling me was there, and I didn't want to see it. And I'm pretty sure, because for some reason, I didn't have the strength to turn her over. So that's why I said, come check on Jurayah. I told him, I said, come check on Jurayah. And he ran in there, he turned on the light. And he said, my baby. He said, Jurayah, wake up, baby. Jurayah, wake up. But she was blue. She was fully blue, and I knew. And he knew. He called 911. He was asking them to send an ambulance.
You saw her face and it appeared to be blue?
It was blue, and it was like, when you see a child put their face on the window and the face kind of smears. That's what her face looked like.
Okay. And basically, you left the room and told him to come to here. He came into the room. You saying he turned her over or you turned her over?
He turned on the light, he turned her over. He
turned
was
her
screaming
over.
at her to wake up.
And that's when you saw her face to appear to be blue.
Right.
And at that point, what happened?
I said, Morris, call 911. And so he called 911,
telling the lady on the phone that his baby's dead, they need to send somebody. They need to send somebody at them. And she couldn't understand what he was saying because he was screaming. And I was screaming at him, telling him to just give me the phone. And then he wanted to do it. He wanted to call. And he wanted to be the one. And the lady would call. And then he got the phone with her, still screaming. And he called the baby's mom and told her that there was an emergency with Jurayah and she needed to get to the house.
Then what else?
Then
That's when all the officials come to the house?
that's when her mom gets there.
Jurayah's mother?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name?
Deidreana Smith.
Deidreana?
Mm-hmm.
She arrived at your house?
Mm-hmm.
She arrived there before any officials?
Mm-hmm.
And she was called after?
After 911.
Okay. And what happened when she got there?
She was walked her in the room and he said, "We just woke up and this is how we found her." And
What were you doing?
I didn't have one. I was running. When I saw her pulling up, I went in my room to put on some clothes. So her to throw on some clothes, and then when she came outside, when she came in there, she saw her and she started screaming and she asked what happened. And I said, I don't know. I don't know. The only thing I could think of is maybe she suffocated in that pillow.
Speak up.
I said, I'm sorry. So I don't know. The only thing I could think of is maybe she suffocated in that pillow based on how I found her. And
This is what you're telling Deidreana?
I said, yes, I said, I think she suffocated in her sleep. And she said, what do you mean? I said, I don't know, Dee. I said, I do not know. I said, this is just how we found her. And so she got herself up and took it up and she went outside and she started making phone calls. And
What was Morris doing?
he was outside on the phone with his dad.
Okay. And what did you do?
When Ivory stayed asleep through my screaming, Morris's screaming, my screaming and Morris screaming. But when Deidreana started screaming, Ivory woke up, so I was tending to her.
And where were you?
In the living room.
Did you draw a diagram earlier?
I did.
Okay. Can you point out the diagram where it's the sunroom? You labeled everything, the sunroom, the living room, and everything?
I did.
Okay. All right. And you said that you took Ivory on there where?
I was with Aubrey in the living room.
In the living room, and that's what you said. And Morris was outside?
Outside on the phone with baby.
And Deidreana was?
She was sitting on the front porch calling her family members.
And at that point, Jurayah was still
in her crib.
And did Deidreana touch her or do anything or move her? So basically, she was still the way that Morris had left her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is it anything else that you can think of?
I mean, after that, her family members started coming. They came. It was.
Right. So tell me this: what happened? What do you think happened? Or what do you know happened?
I know we put her to bed the same way we put her to bed every night. When I say we, interchangeable, we put her to sleep, which is on the stomach, baby doll, blue bunny, sheet of on. No restrictive clothing, no nothing.
What did she have on?
She had a onesie.
She had on a onesie?
Mm-hmm.
And What color was that one?
I don't remember. I reckon Morris changed her into the onesie before she went to bed, because like I said, she had on that flowy top with the pink bottoms. But when I had went in there, and when we saw her that morning, she had on the onesie, so I reckon Morris, got her ready for bed.
So you saw her the last time you saw her, she had the onesie on, or she was under the cover, or what?
What do you mean, like the very last time I saw her?
No, the last time
Before you went to bed?
Yeah. Before you got in the shower.
I don't recall what she had on when she was laying in the crib, because I didn't know that Morris had changed her, but he had to change her for her to have on the onesie that morning.
Where you getting that she had a onesie on?
I saw her.
What color was it?
I don't know, because I just remember Morris asking the coroner, could she put on some pants? And they took her out, and he told her she had on what she had on.
And what did she have on?
Just that onesie, but I don't remember what color it was. But I just remember seeing the flap of the onesie, because like I didn't want to see her like that.
Okay. All right. Investigator Jefferson has some additional information as it pertains to this investigation, which is ongoing, and I'm going to let Investigator Jefferson inform you of what the coroner report revealed. Are you familiar with that? What the coroner report revealed? Or the autopsy? You sure? Oh, okay. All right.
Coroner states 14-month-old child was found in bed by father, not breathing. Father called 911. Claiborne County Sheriff Department called. Claiborne County Coroner called. Coroner ordered autopsy. That's basically what his report said.
So you know what an autopsy is, right? That's what state Mississippi medical examiners, they go in, they do this day in, day out, and very experienced in this. And basically, they know their stuff, and they work and give us information as it pertains to the evidence that cause. They give us a cause of death and a manner of death. All right, and basically, we have a provisional autopsy report right now, and James is going to walk you the information that the medical examiner revealed from his autopsy of Jurayah.
Cause of death: multiple blunt head trauma. Manner of death: homicide.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how she died.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't fall. She didn't hit her head.
He said it's not called about fall.
How is it?
Somebody did.
We just got that baby today. Do we get to take a polygraph or anything?
Basically, we're just trying to find out what I don't know if you want to take one or not. Basically, we want to know what happened.
No, because they already know. They already said I killed this baby. And I didn't touch Jurayah. I didn't make her down.
Who said that?
That's what I was quick Gibson said. That's why I called Lieutenant Gibson yesterday, because I didn't hurt this baby, and now it's a homicide.
You need a moment?
No.
Just take your time. Take your time.
I don't know when it could have happened. And I was talking to my sister-in-law, and she said, did she fall? No, I was talking to one of my fellow nurses at the nursing home, who's also a friend of Adriana's family. And she said, well, did she fall? Did she get her head? I said, no. I said, Jurayah hadn't hit her head with us since July 27th. And that was the reason why we were only getting her every other weekend, because when she fell from learning how to walk, they tried to say that it was on purpose, which Jurayah had never gone home with a single scratch before July 27, and we had her since November 16th of last year. And so when they was trying to say that I did it, I said, no, I said, this is not my child. I really put myself in this position. So I said, Morris will get her every other weekend, and we're not going to get her so that way nothing can be said. And so we were getting her every other weekend. She was going over his mom's house on Fridays, and Saturday morning Morris will pick her up, and she'll come spend Saturday with us, go to church Sunday, and we take her back home Saturday and Sunday afternoon. That baby was fine in that bed. And like I said, we had never had a problem with her going to sleep, so it wasn't like she was crying and we got frustrated. Like, I know that's something that happens. She doesn't cry. She was crying at one point when she realized that not this weekend, but she used to cry when she realized my baby wasn't going nowhere, because at first she was like a baby, and then when she realized that Aubrey was there to stay, she went into baby mode and she would cry. But then she started getting better. She wouldn't cry when she came over. She would play. She would hold Aubrey. Matter of fact, I did her toenails and her fingernails the weekend before, and the coaches were there, and she went out and let them see her nails and her toes. We had no reason to hurt this baby. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Y'all need to ask that girl, Jurayah, because we didn't hurt that baby.
Okay, so now that's what we're getting at. So you said that you guys were the only two at the house, but you're saying Danielle and
no, this is how she got to our family. Jurayah had court or something. She had to go to court for something on Friday. And she had Jurayah in Vicksburg. Danielle is Morris's cousin. She ran into Jurayah that day, and she said, "Let me get Jurayah." So Jurayah gave Jurayah to Danielle. Danielle called me, and she was like, "Do you recognize that cry in the background?" And I said, "I didn't hear a baby crying." And she said, "That's Jurayah crying." And I said, "No." I said, "Give her the phone." And I said, Jurayah. And she kept on crying. I said, "Put me on FaceTime." So she called me through Messenger on Facebook. And I said, Jurayah. And she looked at me and she said, "Huh?" And I said, "We a big girl, right?" And she said, "Uh-huh." I said, "So we don't do that." I said, "We don't cry like that, right?" And she said, "Uh-huh." And so this little boy trying to wipe her nose. I said, No. I said, give that tissue to Jurayah. He gave Jurayah the tissue. I said, "Now show me you're a big girl and you wipe your face. You wipe your nose and wipe your face." She wiped her tears off. She wiped her nose. And I said, "You okay?" She said, "Okay." And she went with Danielle to her house. And then I kept telling her to bring the baby to. I said, "Okay, you can bring Jurayah to our house." And she said, "Well, my mama want her tonight." And I said, "Well, y'all need to ask Morris that, because that's his child. You know, you can't just be telling him with his child I'm going." She said, "Well, my mama want her tonight." So I said, "Well, y'all text Morris and ask him." Morris at football game. So Danielle sent Jurayah with Andrew, which is Morris's brother, to his auntie's house. So Andrew took Jurayah to Auntie Ned's house, and they stayed the night over there.
I was at the autopsy. The pathology says nothing. She could have walked around with a plane, like she was in the hospital, okay? She would have been like that. When this happens, it's massive.
I don't know.
So her walking around playing hospital didn't happen yet.
What do you mean?
It was massive, according to the doctor. It was severe. Not that she could have played 8 feet more.
We gotta take some. I understand you're a doctor. You've been doing this. We need to take some tests. We need to take some tests because this.
That's what the doctor did. He did an autopsy.
Say that again.
That's what.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about lie detector tests. Don't y'all do that?
We can arrange that to happen.
Well, we didn't do that. Put me and Morris on there because this.
I'm not saying that you are.
I understand it. I know you're not. And I know y'all not accusing nobody. But what you just read to me and what we're telling you, didn't nobody have that baby but me and Morris. We did not hurt that baby. We did not hurt that baby.
How did the baby get hurt?
I don't know. I should have never took that baby in. I don't know what's happening. I didn't do it. I know Morris didn't do it. I was down. If he would have hurt her, I would have heard it. She would have looked different and went in the bathroom. Hey, she did.
While Morris was in the shower, what happened?
I was just up in there, just trying to finish cleaning up when I had started in the living room. Then I walked to the room to get my stuff for the shower, and I walked back through the nursery to put it in the bathroom. And that was it.
So you didn't have to make her go to sleep? She was already asleep?
I'm telling you, we never had to make Jurayah go to sleep. She didn't cry. We told her it was time to go to sleep. Matter of fact, sometimes we would have to make her get up. We would have to, she would sleep with us until the day if we love. We would have to wake her up and we woke up. That's how well she slept.
So she slept overnight?
She slept overnight fine. We didn't have to touch her. We didn't have to do nothing.
Okay. And she went to sleep about what time?
We made it back by 10, so it was maybe between 10 and 15 she was laid down.
And how many adults was in the house?
It was just me and Morris.
That's it?
That's it.
And so how did the baby sustain the injuries?
I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand. Morris would never harm that baby. And I know I didn't do it. We did not touch that baby that night. I don't know what happened.
You don't have an idea of anything?
I know, because I'm telling you, I can tell you this, what happened 100 times over. It's not going to change because
when the last time did she eat?
When she was eating nowadays, she ate with my husband, she ate with Morris' daddy. Thank you. She ate with Morris' daddy. I had ordered McAllister, so she had potatoes, she had sandwiches. Me and her set up and ate some ice chips for a little bit.
So when you got home, when did y'all eat? You and Morris?
When did we eat? I'm trying to think. Like I forgot that we sat in the sunroom. When did we eat? Oh, I got some wings. So when did I eat those wings?
But you was the last one to see Jurayah before you found her that morning. Did Martha that you know of?
Because it's like we wake each other up if we move because the bed, we got the bed from somebody, so it was the frame, we got the frame from somebody, so it's like metal and creaky. So when you move, it'll wake you up.
So you don't know how Jurayah sustained
And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then the pathologist is saying that she couldn't have played. Yo, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Have you ever had to discipline Jurayah?
No.
Yeah.
I left. Well, it was. She's not my baby, so I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to spank her. I left it to Morris, but Morris just did like when she would cry. He didn't discipline her like I would discipline Ivory. Like when Ivory gets a little older and she's crying for no reason, she don't get a popping on her legs like my mama did me. But when Jurayah would cry and I like Morris come get Jurayah, he would take her and he would separate her and he would he would take her with him and take her in the front and they would watch like ESPN. Or he would take her and they would play with Brian, the dog we have. But he never put his hands on her. He never disciplined her like that. It was more, he's like one of these modern age parents that just want to talk to baby.
So have you ever disciplined?
I've never had to. Like I said, I always look to Morris because I never wanted anything. I never wanted anything that could be said that I taken out of context. Like if I popped her and it left a mark, I didn't want them to say you beat on the baby. So I never wanted no kind of reason for my name to be in no mess here because it was so easy for it to get in there.
So how did Jurayah sustain that?
I don't know.
What ideas do you have? Because basically what I'm gathering from you, you saying that Morris wouldn't have done it.
Now,
so who else is left in the house now?
I'm left in the house, but I know I didn't touch the baby. I'm going to tell you, I didn't put her to bed. Morris put her to bed. We didn't, neither one of us got up. But I don't care if we would have got up. I don't care if we would have slept in different rooms. Wouldn't have been no reason to hit that baby, to hit that baby. You know how much anger it takes to have to hurt a baby like that?
Speaking of that, what is your relationship with Jurayah? I know that you let me get this right and help me if I'm wrong. You said in your initial statement that y'all were best friends before y'all even met Morris.
No.
Did I get that wrong?
Yes. I didn't know her until I moved here last summer. I was we got married on the 23rd. Jurayah was born on the 26th. I didn't know about Jurayah until I was 3 months pregnant in October.
How did you feel about that?
Oh, I was hurt. I mean, my husband just had a one night stand. And she got pregnant and moved me to a new city. Everybody knew but me, but I never took it out on Jurayah. That's why we were good. We weren't, but we were good enough friends because I knew it wasn't her fault. It was Morris's fault because Morris did it.
So you only know her through Morris. You never known her before.
No, I didn't know nobody from here.
So you never said that y'all were friends?
No, we were. No, I never said we were friends. I never knew her before.
But y'all was like sisters or something?
No, I feel like sister wives because how good we were with Jurayah, but not sister wives to the term where we share boys, but like sister wives to the point where she could call me and be like, "Hey girl, what you doing?" And I'd be like, "Nothing at home. What my baby doing?" You know, it was like that kind of relationship. The only thing that kind of caused some turmoil on it was when I kind of like put my foot down.
Why you put your foot down?
Because it was one night, like last year, thinking I had been at work all day and she asked me to keep Jurayah with that night. And I didn't mind because she made it sound like she had to go to work.
And then I found out she went out. And so I was like, hey, you know, I'm considerate of you. Let's be considerate of me if you got somewhere to go. I said I don't mind keeping Jurayah, but just like keep in mind that I'm pregnant and I'm working too. And, you know, she kind of didn't like that, but we were still cool. I mean, we were still fine. Like, we were still fine. It was just people get in people's head, and it may just go from there.
But you're telling me today that you had come to terms with your husband having a child outside and married you, and the child was born 2 days before or after y'all?
3 days after we got married. If you had asked me that 6, 7, 8 months ago, no, I had come. We had to go through therapy. I had to go through therapy. It took a lot of praying. It took a lot of soul searching. But at the end of the day, I understood it. That baby didn't. She did not ask to be here. She didn't put herself in that position. And I had I knew I had come to terms with it because a handful of people in Harrisburg knew about Jurayah. A lot of people here was upset with me because they said I had Jurayah hidden, which I did because I was trying to accept this fact that this child, you know, it just basically came out of nowhere. But I knew I had come to terms with it on Father's Day. And when I called Jurayah, and I said, hey, can you bring Jurayah over? I got her in August some matching outfits, and I want them to take a picture with their baby. So I could basically let the world know. And that's what I did. I think it was the cutest little picture, Jurayah remorse, and I put it on Facebook. I told them Happy Father's Day from your girls, and I wish you many more Father's Day to come.
Okay, so you put that behind you.
Yes.
And basically you were dating Margaret when this happened, when this child was conceived.
Yeah, we were still, we were just dating.
And you basically put that behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Then that the child wasn't going to be the thing that reminds you of that incident for the rest of her life, and that didn't bother you.
I mean, she did at first. That's why I had to go to therapy, and I had to do a lot of praying and a lot of talking to God. But it gets to a point where you realize stuff happens. Stuff could happen no more. You know, we married now, but he was still growing. Other than that, I couldn't find a single flaw in him. So I chose to stay. Why would I put myself through that for a whole year? And then, why am I finna sit up here and tell y'all that we the only two people with this baby? If I knew, I'd sit up here and slammed her head into something. No. I know.
So we're here to find out what actually happened. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I told you. I told y'all about 4 times now.
Okay, so that's all you can provide us?
That's it. Man, that's it. Y'all sure that's what he said?
We'll read the short report. That's a provisionary report that we have so far. And Investigator Jefferson was there at the autopsy. He witnessed it.
And there's no way it could have happened before midnight. It's my husband on there himself.
Yes.
Do you want to take like that?
Yes, in a heartbeat. Whenever you got it ready, just let me know. Just let me know. As long as it's 100% reliable.
let me know.
The best lie detector is just basically, we want to just let you just tell us what happened. I'm not accusing you. If it was something where...
No. Ain't no if something happened. No. Morris didn't hurt that baby. I didn't hurt that baby. No. I'm telling y'all. Ain't no, well, we did this or he did. No. I'm telling you. You put that baby in that bed. Wasn't no hitting nothing. The ride home was smooth because, like I said, that tire was untrustworthy. I might can't remember some stuff, but I know we didn't do nothing to that baby. Now, I'm not gonna let this get me because, like you said, it's just a provisionary report. If the last report come out and say that this is what's wrong, then we got a problem.
Well, I can assure you we have a problem. And what we need to do is get to the bottom of it. And I can assure you from my past experience, this is not my first rodeo. And I can assure you that we will get to the bottom of it. And basically, for starters, that's what we have right now. Is that the manner of death is homicide. And the cause of death is blunt trauma to the child's head. A 14-month-old child. And the child couldn't have walked around at all with the injuries that she sustained. There was no way she can walk around and act normal at all. That's the reason we were asking you the questions.
I understand that, and that's why I was being and I got a sense of that when you kept asking me this shit. I'm telling you, no. You didn't hit it.
Is it something you forgetting?
No.
How do you know you forgot that sunroom?
I forgot that, but that's a minor. We just went in and talked. This is so much different.
Has she ever been injured in your care in the past?
Yeah.
Explain that to her.
She was this was one day after her birthday. I just went and picked her up from her mama. We were gonna take her out to eat in Vicksburg. She had been walking for maybe about a month now. She was pretty good. And I got her out of the car, stood her on the ground. I got Aubrey out. She was like 3 months at the time, 3-4 months. I got her out. And we walked to the house. Alright, if you look at our driveway, it goes from smooth concrete to rocky concrete. And she got kind of caught up when she switched from smooth to rocky. And I believe her sandals, they caught up on the rocks in the concrete, and she fell and she hit her head. I called Morris. I said, Morris, he was at football practice. I said, come on home now. We need to take her out to the hospital. I told him, put her in her car seat, hold her, and you talk to her the whole way up, and keep her away. And he kept talking to her. She was awake, she was alert, she tried to talk, she tried to fall asleep. I told her, I said, let the window down. The air blowing in the face is keeping her up. We got to the hospital. The doctors look at it, the doctors say, y'all overreact. This happens. She's fine, she's okay. They put some Neosporin on it, sent us on our way. That was it. That's the only time she's been injured in our care. That's it.
Anything about a black eye?
That was around the same time.
You just said that was the only time.
Nah.
Now what about the black eye?
That was around. It was. She was in the living room, and it wasn't even a black eye. It was this part right here. We have bricks around our TV, and she was holding on to the bricks. This is when she was very first started. And she toppled, and she hit that little corner right there. But didn't cry.
It was more than that.
It was in the house. I want to say, I don't even know if, I'm trying to think of who, but I know he told her about it, so I'm trying to think what he, I'm trying to think.
Did she go to the doctor?
It was just a little bump. It wasn't even that big. No. I took her to the doctor when I noticed the hematoma coming up on her forehead. When I saw that immediately, I took that baby.
So you were more with them when she got the black eye. She got hit on, all three in the house. Mm-hmm. And he told who about it?
Adrian.
Told mom about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you ran through this time?
So sweet.
Everything you told the true great confession to the best of your ability.
Yes.
Time now 3:50 p.m. Oh, November 1st, 2017, Clayton County Sheriff Department. And once again, I don't give state your name again. That's what Ada's going to do this time.
I still can't get over this though. Again, this is Morris's lawyer. Now imagine how that interview would have gone if they had an attorney, a criminal defense attorney. Not just to protect you from being guilty, to protect you from idiot investigators. Uh, the video feed. I think the attorney for Takaya made him turn off the camera. It's not off. He's actually still live, but it's frozen because the camera is pointed at her the whole time, even during the break. The camera, I think, is supposed to be off during the recesses. Yeah, I think we just take this 10 minutes as a break, turn back on our fancy music, and yeah.
You meant to say 601. Any issue? Money? Which 48793. 601. 48793. You do anything money payment, money transactions, like those money or something else goes our family and domestic, called chancery weapons. Everything. Petition, documents, all the way, post conviction.
So you say, on this page,
no. Bevilys freedom.
oh, that's
This one, I got this one at the room.
I was trying to when he was born, I did try to be white. And my good friend Charles was smart. Had no time to so he was I told his mom, I said, Chicago. Yeah, they came and got he was running all the public service.
You know, many people that just that. Well, you know what they did? All the states on the here. They took one of them. So you're going to do everything. I agree with you. Raise that. Everything he said, because I had that.
5. Court is back in session.
May see it.
cameras to be removed from the courtroom. Judge Tomika Irving. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Sweet moved for cameras to be removed from the courtroom. Judge Tomika Irving has told me that I need to remove this prejudicing his client, and so the cameras have been removed. Now, I will be attending the trial every day. I'm going back in there now. I am going to be providing daily reports with what's happening here for subscribers. So I will do a detailed report. I'm taking notes, just like I do in a lot of other trials, providing those details to y'all during the lunches and during the afternoon breaks. So stay tuned here in a few hours, and there will be additional information available. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Sweet has moved for cameras to be removed from the courtroom. Judge Tomika Irving has told me that I need to remove the cameras. He believes it's prejudicing his client, and so the cameras have been removed. Now, I will be attending the trial every day. I'm going back in there now. I am going to be providing daily reports with what's happening here for subscribers. So I will do a detailed report. I'm taking notes, just like I do in other trials. So I will be providing those details to y'all during the lunches and during the afternoon breaks. So stay tuned here in a few hours, and there will be additional information available. You'll have a detailed report as to what's going on here in court today. It's clear that Mr. Sweet is desperate at this point, and desperate people do desperate things, and that's exactly what he's doing. So we'll see. I'm going to be back with y'all here shortly. It's 2:07, probably around 5 o'clock. If they don't take an afternoon break, we'll be back here with a report. I'm a really good note taker. I can give y'all a really good update here shortly. Y'all stay tuned.
I just talked for like 10 minutes on mute. But because the cameraman kept his camera on the defendant even during the breaks, that's how he got kicked out. He said it yesterday that he's supposed to turn the camera off when the jury leaves. So it's supposed to be only when the jury is there, turn it on. When they're not there, turn it off. But he decided to focus it on Takia and leave it there, even through the whole lunch break. And even when Mr. Sweet was pointing at the camera and telling him to turn it off, he kept it there. And so he moved to have the cameras removed, and they removed the cameras. And so now we have nothing. And it doesn't actually help the defendant. I think it helps the defendant for people to be able to see just how dysfunctional that the Copiah County District Attorney's Office and this judge and the police department, how dysfunctional they are, and how all their efforts are based on trying to exclude evidence and exclude people from seeing a larger picture. What's wrong with just allowing people to see the picture and then letting them judge whether they think she's guilty or not? They're suppressing so much information that it feels like a conspiracy. Just today, where the sheriff's report says that Morris administered CPR, the sheriff wrote this in his report. The DA asked the question, the police, knowing that evidence was excluded, and she referenced that they didn't do any CPR, no life-saving measures. But the DA knows that life-saving measures were done, but it just can't be submitted in this court because Morris's trial is coming up next. So it's that kind of manipulation that makes you wonder, like, what's really going on? Is this about justice, or this is just about them winning by any means necessary? I think the only real hope to see the truth in this case, because again, I don't even know who's guilty and who's not, but I know that the truth is being repressed by the way that they operate. The reason why the witness list is so long on one side and so short on the other side is not because there's no support, it's because they've all been suppressed, excluded. And so it feels like a conspiracy the more you look into it. And hopefully, this is over soon. They get their guilty verdict and then we move into the appeal process, and hope the appeal process in the great state of Mississippi is not as bad as this small town court. And so I think we're done. I'm going to put together the rest of the content. I've got a bunch of other content that I didn't put out because the trial was going, and we can continue to have a conversation and look forward to the updates coming from the press. Even though Hattiesburg is a little bit biased, but there's other press covering the case too, as well as people that are in attendance in the audience who have to get back to listening to what they say on Facebook. And yeah, please join the Discord. There's more conversation going there. There's more resources there, and we can continue this till the end. And I think that is it. I do plan to do some live streams later, some call-in shows to talk about the detail. But I want to talk about the detail, not just the overall. And so I want to finish reading this transcript, finish reading some of these studies about the head trauma, and actually have something to say about it. And yeah, that's it. Peace out, everybody. Have a good day, good night, good evening, wherever you are. Speak easy. Join the Discord.